It's such an
Halo.
inefficient system to try to do. Like, I don't understand why you guys haven't got to the point where you just slingshot stuff up into the sky. Why don't you get a slingshot?
Why don't you get a swing shot that can shoot something at 25 or well over 25,000 kilometers an hour?
Exactly.
Optimistic.
Yeah.
You're utilizing everything at your disposal. That's called engineering.
Is this
90% loss?
You hop onto that engineering challenge. Not just that, but also building a satellite that can handle the G-forces necessary to handle a slingshot of going from 0 to well over 25,000 kilometers an hour. And I will applaud you and probably suck up to you because you'd be insanely wealthy at that point.
They could.
Yeah, there's that thing I'm talking about. Huge. Look at that thing, man. Oh, I'm so glad he posted that. You know that dude, Justin? I would say, should I bring it up? Shouldn't I? These guys are probably going to trip out. You guys know this guy, Justin? Yes, no?
Did you post
Not ringing a bell.
Okay, this dude does the Smarter every day. His father is a NASA engineer. You guys must have seen the Smarter Every Day series. No?
Oh, yes. I didn't realize what you were talking about. Yes, I've seen his videos.
Yeah, this guy's very, very well educated, really well spoken, smart dude. And an engineer, as a matter of fact. So, anyways, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because of his father, he got a chance to address all the NASA engineers. And guys, you got to see that. He literally embarrassed them. Okay? Now, why? Is because he did the calculations. And since we were talking about the fuel and being mostly fuel, he calculated that to go to the moon, they would need to refuel in space at least 9 times before they can make it to the moon.
Really? Well, the problem with that is that they don't have to refuel. They can slingshot themselves there by using the centrifugal force.
There's your slingshot.
That's what I thought,
See?
bro.
There you
that's
go.
What I thought. Until Justin did the calculations, and here's an engineer, and like I said, he addressed the NASA engineers, and nobody said a peep.
And he said, what? Wait a second. He said that the original Apollo, the Saturn V's, needed to refuel 9 times. Are you sure about that?
Yep. In order to go to the moon.
You sure he wasn't talking about some new technology? I'm going to call bullshit right here now.
Well, no, before you do that, well, that's what I'm saying. Before you do that, check out the video that I'm talking about, and you'll see him address the NASA engineers.
Oh, you didn't post the last video either.
I saw it. He just posted it a moment ago. It should be there.
Is that the one? I think that's the one. I think Bernard posted it. This could be the one, but if not, I will find it and post it for you.
Well, thank you.
I'm surprised you guys haven't heard about that. I've spoken about it before a few times. And he's like trying to put it lightly. He's going, I don't know if I wanted to do what he was saying, and I wasn't sure. And
he was absolutely talking about Artemis and the newest rocket. And that's his video itself is he had done math on the newest generation of rocket, and he had concerns about that, not Apollo, not the Saturn V.
No, he said, in order for them to reach. Says, if I remember correctly, I don't know how they did it because according to my calculations, they would have had to refuel in space like 9 times, and one of them they would lose most of the fuel due to the heat transfer.
What would they be refueling? They lose the whole fuel stage.
He may have been speaking in relation to the Saturn V.
Before you become an expert, watch the video. Okay?
No, I'm speaking straight from memory, just like you said.
That has no freaking clue what they're talking about.
This is straight from memory. Watching the video too, SE. I'm not like instant expert on this. There was a part where he compared the approach of like how much of the lander they're going to take and how much they're going to bring back. Because in Apollo, they left a big chunk of the lander on the moon, and I think the current plan is not to do that. So his math was comparing like, well, if they had done the approach back then, what you're trying to do now, they would have had to refuel on the way, as like a way to make the point. Like the current approach
I don't
isn't a good
remember it
one.
that way, bro, but it's been a while, so like maybe I'll have to rewatch the video myself, but I'm pretty sure he was like saying, look, guys, I don't know how this worked out, like according to my calculations, and so on and so forth.
I'm pretty sure you saw a cherry pick video.
Yeah, you don't fucking know nothing. You just want to
Well,
just get that
guess
out. You
what?
have no clue what I'm talking
what?
about, so just shut
How
up,
much?
dude.
I told you I'm a betting man. You want to
Just
bet I'm
shut
right?
up, dude.
I'm a betting man. You want to bet I'm right?
Just sit down. If you have nothing else to do but to pick
All
on
right. If
somebody,
you're
just don't
scared,
talk,
too
bro.
scared to bet. Too scared to
Go
bet.
get a lollipop. Go get a lollipop.
Yeah. Pull
What
yours
do you
out
want to
your
take
ass.
bets on? What kind of bets do you want to take on? I'll be your bookie. It's just
He wants to bet about something
is-
he has no clue about, bro.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
amazing.
And I already know I'm right.
I'll be your bookie, right?
He just admitted it. He just admitted it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And if
No,
you guys can't
guess
show
what?
proof within a
Guess
year,
what? You know,
I'll take
you know-
take the winnings.
You know what makes me sure?
It's
You
not.
know what makes me sure I'm right? Your track record.
It's the
Bro, get a girlfriend, go jogging, do
Whoa.
something to relieve the tension.
Yeah, man.
all good.
This guy can't burn for nothing.
Hating on other people is no good because it goes inside, it becomes internal. You understand? It's not good.
I was making a bet hating.
I can tell in your voice, bro, and the way you talk.
I bet you're wrong. And I also bet you know you're wrong.
I bet you can't prove that.
I bet he's going to prove it to himself.
What are you talking, dude? You don't know. You don't have like sort of omnipotent future knowledge or some shit. Okay,
I
weirdo.
sure do.
You wish, T-Rex man.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. Bernard posted it for me. Watch the video, my friend, and weep while you watch it. Think of me laughing while you watch that video.
Maybe you should watch it. Maybe you should watch it first to be sure. Maybe you should watch it first just to be sure. What do you think? Then get back and ask me to watch it.
Thank you, Bernard. Much appreciated. You saved me the time for looking at it, looking for it.
Maybe there's a timestamp to make it even quicker for him, but for T-Rex. But, yep. Teachability index. Willingness to learn, willingness to change.
It's one thing if you don't know, right? But if somebody tells you something and you don't even look at it and you try to critique it, like that's the epitome of like stupidity, in my opinion.
That's the majority of globetards. That's the majority of globetards. Religious ideology to defend it with absolute dismissal. That's what they really
Says
do.
the guy who dismisses all the facts and makes up bullshit. Right.
Are you guys really happy with Katy Perry as your global leader now?
Oh my God, she got destroyed, didn't she? I feel super connected to love. Oh my God, the poor girl. I just think she was really expecting that everybody would really cheer and be like, "Oh my God, you've set women forward so much. How
Yeah.
much? How can we repay you?"
You know what's
That's
lucky
why
for
the
them?
punishment
Yeah.
is.
You know what's lucky for them is they didn't have Michelle Obama in there, because then it would have really discredited them, because then it wouldn't have been 8 women going up to space, right? Then it would have been 7 fucking women and 1 dude, right? So
Yeah, of course, here we go. Kikuchi says he's not anti-woman, and listen to this bullshit.
dude, no one's claiming that the reason they didn't go up is because they're females. No one's claiming this.
No,
all
you're
in
just
your head.
complaining about it. You're just making a big
You're a
ass deal
bigot.
about it.
It's all in
If
your
they were
head
all
that you're a
men,
bigot.
if they're all men, you would not have made such a big deal about it. You didn't make a huge deal over
Of course,
Shatner.
if they were men, I would say the same thing.
No, you wouldn't. You didn't say the same
We were-
thing. You haven't said the same
we
thing. You
were
make a big deal out of this one.
Dude, we were shitting on Shatner just the other day. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they were critiquing Shatner. I don't think this is accurate.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Moonlanders too. They were men.
I just posted the timestamp to what I think SE is talking about. He's absolutely talking about Artemis and launching fuel tanks to refuel in space on the way.
Roll.
I ain't weeping.
Yeah, of course.
And like I said, SE, I watched this originally. I
I
remember
never
this
said he
originally.
wasn't talking about Artemis. I never said he was.
What the
He was
fuck?
talking.
I think everything here will disagree with you
Whoa.
what you said.
Dude, he was talking about this as he was relating it to NASA. He mentioned he doesn't know how they did it back then. He was afraid to tell them about this. I don't get it.
How about you take a minute to watch the video while the rest of us also
Why would
watch
he
the
be
video,
afraid
and
to
we can
tell them and
reconvene here.
correct them?
I don't know. Did they threaten to kill him though? Did they run him over with a train then?
Maybe he's dead already.
No, he's still alive.
Oh damn! The old
Allegedly.
tactics don't work anymore.
They don't make them
Okay,
like
so
these.
let's compare here. Let's do this since we have a discrepancy here. Let's compare the size
The discrepancy
the
is you
Apollo
lose, like I said.
and this rocket, just for shits and giggles. Does anybody know offhand the difference between the size of this rocket that they want to go to the moon with as compared to the other one?
I think this one's a little smaller in stature on the pad. That's about all I know. The difference is they. I
Payload's
actually have a
heavier.
video. I have a video of the Artemis 1 on the pad, and I cut between that and the Saturn V in the Saturn V Center at Kennedy Space Center.
Okay, so if it's a little bit smaller, like why would it need like 10 times and 11 times the fuel? Like I found that funny. I thought I'd mention it.
I don't know if that's true, and I'm really
And
not
why would
relying on
Dustin
your.
say
I'm
no?
not
I was
relying on
afraid
your
to say
memory.
it, like
I'm not relying on your
he
memory to
felt
provide me with
bad
facts.
to embarrass them or something.
Was he being jokey?
Like think about it. A guy had to correct NASA engineers over how
You
much
said they were
fuel, how many
talking about
times.
Apollo. You said he didn't know how Apollo did it. When
He
he
also
did,
said
damn
that
well
the
did know.
NASA engineers sat in silence, but the audience laughs when he brings up these points of how
Right? I
extreme
said
the
he
plane was.
compared it. I said he compared it, if I remember correctly, the NASA to the NASA amount of
Oh,
fuel as to how much fuel they would need now.
he could have been doing whatever, but he wasn't doing it with ignorance of how the original Apollo did it.
Do you not
Like you
get the
said,
point, bro? If they needed one fueling with a rocket just a little bit longer, bigger, right? Why would they need 10 times the amount of fuel now, according to Dustin's calculations? That's
no
my
one
point.
knows no one knows what your point really is, or what your memory is saying to you.
Dude, why don't you just sit the fuck down if you have nothing else to say about the subject? Why don't you just take your hate and go to the gay pride parade or something, bro? Why are you
Where's
talking?
my money? Where's my money?
Why are you talking, bro? Do you have
Where's
so
my
much
money,
hate in you
loser?
that you can't understand one rocket fueling as compared to 11? Are you that stupid?
Where's my money?
Is everybody listening to this now? He will not address, like, they have so much hate in them, right? They
one
will
knows what
not
you're talking
address
about.
the
What's the
issue.
address?
He wants to say something about me. Keep dancing for me, bro. Dude, I want the Texas two-step next. Go.
This is like your fourth L tonight.
That was nothing to do with the subject. Address the
You're on a
subject.
streak.
I don't know where
losing
you're
streak.
observing this L, but to me, it's all W's on his end.
He's a loser. He has
Yeah,
nothing,
but
and he just wants
yeah,
to
but
pass.
that's
Yeah.
coming from you, Kakushi.
Of course, you're the one taking the L, and with the other guy who was like fucking running his mouth.
No, I was right. He was
What I
wrong.
don't
How's it
get,
my
right?
L?
What I don't get, right, T-Rex man, is like, right, people want to have a topical discussion, and you seem to want to always just draw it back to personnel, people's personalities. Like, I mean, Dude, you could do that in any other place on any other subject and point. Why this subject, this point? Just seems it's just weird.
Because he knows he's wrong. He doesn't have anything but hate in him. You can hear it. It's all hate. Self-hate, probably. He probably had a childhood trauma or something. You know, who knows?
Space bitterness.
Oh,
Space bitterness. Yeah.
Globe bitterness. Yeah, we get it. It's right, bro.
Well, it's a religious ideology. That's why they take so much offense, right? You're destroying their religion, and
It's
they have
not a
to
religion, you idiot.
Of course
Science
it
is the
No,
opposite.
Science is.
First of all,
Atheism is a
Science
religion.
is the
he affirmed
opposite.
it.
Science is the opposite of religion.
No, it's
You-
not.
Yes, it is. It totally is. It's all about facts.
Mainstream
All about
science is
demonstrating.
atheism.
It's not. That's
Gee.
not. Atheism is not a science. Atheism is a belief system. Science is not a belief system. Science is the opposite of belief. All that matters is what
Define
you can show.
religion.
Incorrect.
Define religion.
What's religion
actually
based
is-
on? What's
It
religion
actually
based
is
on?
belief.
Atheism.
Define religion.
What's religion
Anybody that
based
does
on?
Science out anybody that does science outside of you, and you have to believe that they did it. So it is a belief system.
No, it's
I'm
actually written
asking
down, and
you.
you can repeat it.
That's a shield.
But you
You're
can't
the
repeat
one
it.
that said it.
You just accept the information that they've put down. So you just
Again, it
believe
can be
that they did it.
repeated. You know, you can demonstrate the shape of the Earth. You can do that
Did you
yourself.
repeat it? You
Yes,
didn't repeat it. You just
I
believe
have
that
actually.
they did.
I've actually repeated the Eratosthenes measurement. You
All
can
of
do
the
it too.
science that's out there.
Have I done all the sciences out there? So I would, because other people have. You think that I need to do all the information myself? I can only know what I can do myself. This gets back into
That's the exact
this gets
point
this
of
gets
knowing something. in
this
science.
gets
Like,
this gets back into the whole thing that it does China exist? Have you been there?
are you asking?
Yes,
do
I've
I
been there.
believe that science?
You've been to China?
Do you?
I
Are
bet
you asking?
Buster
Do I
hasn't been to
believe
China.
that China exists? I
You've been to
believe that China
Yugoslavia?
exists. Do you believe that all of science is proven? Or
Yeah, pretty much.
Have
well,
you been to
you
the sun?
believe it. That's a belief system. So there
No,
you
it's
go.
not a belief system.
You
it's
just
based
you
in
just
fact.
admitted to it.
It's
that
based
a
in
belief
fact,
system.
you moron.
It's
It's
still a
based in
belief
fact.
based in fact. There's nothing preventing a
That's my
belief
point.
being based
You
in.
can
Still
repeat
believe,
this
you
if you
still
ch-
believe
No,
that
you can
people
repeat
have done
this.
these things.
You can. What do you mean
I'm not
believe?
against
It's
it.
written
I'm
down.
not mad at you for believing that people
It's not a
have
belief
done
system,
science.
though. It's not a belief. Science is not a belief
You-
system.
It is
It
exactly
is not.
a belief.
No, it's not, sir. It's not, because you can repeat this. I can repeat the Eratosthenes measurement.
That's fine.
If one
If
person's
you have
been to
done
China,
it
but
and
you haven't been
know
to. How
that
do you
it
know?
works, then
How
you
do you
know
know
it.
that? How do you know that
If
China
you haven't
exists?
done
If you
it,
haven't
then you
been
just
there?
believe it.
So
And
you
you've
believe
admitted
China
it.
Oh
exists?
my God! He says the 2 sticks and a shadow. He could repeat it.
Yep, 2 sticks in the shadow, definitely.
There you go.
Fifth graders do it.
However, we use, modern times, we use theodolites, multiple observations to the edge of the
Right.
sun. Yeah.
Right.
We got it refined.
Right, but you don't have to buy $10,000 worth of machine to
We
do
know
it either.
China exists because there's Chinese people here. We know it exists.
So you trust the
So we don't have
Chinese,
to
but you don't
physically
trust.
go there to verify it. But
Well, you
you're
don't.
slave
So
to
you
do.
can trust. So you can trust other people's observations. Got it. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, but not in your case though.
Well, not in my case though, right? Because you get to cherry pick what you believe and what you don't believe.
Well, no, because they're proven liars. So I mean,
Incorrect.
yeah.
But you know what? You want to see proven liars? Look on the flat Earth side. You got to lie to flourish. There's not a.
Make me lie. See how you go. Make me lie.
These are guys that don't even know what a straight line is,
Switch
bro.
to
They
my
don't know what a
arm.
straight
So
line is.
So what's your evidence for the flat Earth, please? I want evidence for the flat Earth, please.
Well, I could give you the classic Nathan Oakley one, which is the Earth measurements are done on the flat Earth.
Well, that's not evidence for the
You're-
flat Earth. That's the belief system.
The
that he
horizon.
has.
The horizon represents itself as flat. Go from there.
Flat. No, it's not though.
It is.
Have him
It's purely
define the horizon. Define the horizon.
That's not my claim. It's
NASA,
his
so
claim.
we can laugh a bit. Come on.
Oh no, it's his claim, not mine.
Horizon
Define
is
the
flat,
horizon,
therefore-
bro. I dare
It's
you.
not me.
I dare
It's
you.
his claim. It's not. It's his claim, not mine. He has to define his terms, not me.
Horizon is
Curved
flat. every
apparent
other
line where the sky meets
and
the earth.
Your only curvature is that of which is inferred through a refractive standardization mathematics.
Incorrect.
So congratulations. If I don't use your sort of magic math, right, and I just go
How
off
about
like
any
what
math?
I'm observing and measurement
How
of it.
about
No,
do you
no,
have,
because your
do you have measurements of the flat?
it's so less a curve, bro, that it literally
Do you have any
cannot
measurements?
do it.
Oh,
Okay.
you can't.
Why is
So
it
you
rectangle?
can't measure it. So you think it's flat because you can't measure it. Got it.
Here, SE, I want to read this for you. The
You asked for
definition.
evidence, dude.
One
That's my
second.
That's for evidence
That's all
for
it
the
is.
flat Earth, not evidence. Not evidence that disproves the globe.
You asked for
Okay.
my
There we go.
evidence.
Evidence is in text chat.
Here,
Okay,
here's the
There we
here's the
go.
definition. Here's the
Let's
definition.
explain what I want.
Here's the definition: the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. There
There
you
you
go,
go.
Master Chill.
I don't know why you guys always have to. The reason you guys have to go to the horizon is because then you can start throwing in refraction and bullshit. So here we go.
It's so
Look
obvious,
at what
dude.
look what Rich
That's
Evans
why you
posted
go
at
to it.
51. Why is that line curved in the middle and not the other ones? Huh?
You crack me up,
So what?
Mr. Shill.
So at 51 past the hour, that's a compressed image. The one on the right is the compressed image of the one on the left. Why is only the middle line curved? Crickets.
Yeah, I should
I'm
post a
looking at
Dave
your
Weiss
stuff,
video
bro.
though. Hold on.
It takes time. If you actually want, just one sec, bro. If you want us to consider this, right? Like, you actually consider it and not just like shoot from the hip for a response like you do, then just give us a bit of time.
Yeah, have a look in this text chat. 51 after the hour. Evidence of the curved horizon.
And tell us why only the horizon line is curved and not the guides.
Do I have to post a picture that shows the table curving?
The table's not in contention here.
Why do they always go to the table?
Because
I do not
because
understand.
Because the table is a little bit. The table isn't perfectly flat, but the table.
No,
is
I know that it looks like it's curved, but why do they go to the table? Like, it's not helping anything.
They have to deflect, and it's the deflection basically.
Sorry, wait. What? Where's the thing? You say 51 past the hour?
Yeah, I'll tag you.
Rich Evans,
51
51 past the hour.
This is Earthy's live post, right?
I don't know, whatever 51 past. It was like a minute ago.
I just tagged you on it, Rixky.
Oh, gotcha. And what
So what's
camera was this
happening here
taken
is,
with?
I'm not sure about the camera that it was taken with, but what's being done here is you have the straight metal.
I don't even know your lens.
Well, if you listen, right? So we have the straight metal bars, right? And then we have the horizon behind it. And then the image is compressed, right? And when straight lines are compressed, they remain straight. When curved lines are compressed, they become more apparently curved. So that's exactly what you're seeing here. If there was distortion from the lens, it would also curve the metal beams.
Actually, they were just if there was distortion from the lens, the higher and the lower ones would be more distorted than in the middle, because the middle should be the best part of the lens.
You mean like this? The table, the distortion there?
Nobody gives a shit about the table. The table is not in contention here.
Okay, how about the bottom part of the?
The bottom part's not in contention here either. All it's in contention here. The table is not in contention.
Nice try, guys.
The table is not in contention. Why is the table in contention here? The table is just a platform to set everything up.
How about the thing that sits on top of the table?
Nobody. The table
That's
is
what we're
not
talking
in contention
about.
here.
We're talking about the red things on top of the table, SE. Are those curved?
So the table's
Sorry?
not.
What?
The table's not
Are the
perfectly
red
flat.
beams? Are the red beams on the table curving?
Those
anyone
don't
else
appear, but didn't you say all things that are straight remain straight, and all things
Can
that
you
are
just?
curved?
So
curve?
the table wasn't perfectly flat. So what?
So surely the thing that sits on the table was that curved?
They didn't adjust the table to be flat. They adjusted the bars to be flat.
You can have a curved table with a straight thing on
Who gives a
it.
shit about the table? The table is not in contention. That is a red herring.
Does the table have
That's
a
interesting.
level,
the table's not
adjuster?
the table is not part of this experiment. The table is just something to lay the equipment on.
I think that ends up sounding a little bit like when globers say, why are the cranes bendy, and flat earthers go, the cranes aren't what I'm talking about. I still think you've got to address the fact that there's a bendy table there.
Other than the fact
Fine,
that
what do you want to say about
the curvy cranes are evidence in the image of refraction, right? Like, other than they are actually evidence in this, the table has nothing to do with the observation.
Well, it does,
Mr.
because
Evans,
we're testing in the image. We're testing in the image. Is this a good way of detecting whether things are straight or curved? Because if we trust that the red beams are straight, as the picture portrays them to be, then we should trust that the horizon behind is curved because it depicts it to be. But then we've got this other curved thing in the picture. I think it's I don't think it's evidence that the Earth's flat, but I don't think it does to just go, I'm not talking about that thing that goes against what I am talking about. I think it's got to be
It doesn't
addressed.
go. It doesn't go against.
Eggshells, are you making sense? Damn.
First of all,
doesn't go
first of all,
against the
first of all, it's way down in the part of the camera that would be concurved if it was. And second of all, the table is just something to set something on. So what? The table
Yeah,
is curved.
the table itself was slightly warped. The compression makes it look accentuates that. Yeah.
That's like the whole point. It's like the whole point of the observation.
You've never had one of these
Exactly.
tables. I mean, these tables, these fold-up tables, are not exactly the world's most flat surface.
He probably stores it outside too.
For fuck's sake, the table. I know you can say, look at the table. Well, fuck off.
No,
The table. So what about the table?
Just
What
remember
about the
that
red
the
things?
table-
Whatever you do, don't talk about the red bars and the horizon
Listen.
line between it, but talk about the table. It's way in the lower part of the lens. It would be curved that way
Also,
if the lens
just-
had any distortion at all.
Right, the
Like
table will be
to
curved
make
in
an
the
apt
opposite
analogy.
direction.
Oh, so sorry.
No, the table would be
table-
curved in
the-
that direction if it was.
The table will be curved in the opposite direction.
No, it wouldn't be.
What? Why?
The table would be curved in the opposite direction if it was.
Oh, if it were
lens
the
distortion.
lens. Yes, you are correct. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That barrel distortion would make it a smiley face if it was just barrel
Ex-
distortion.
Exactly.
That looks
I
a
just
lot
jumped in
like
to
it's
make sure
just
you guys
actually
pointed that
bent.
out.
Yeah, and I mean to make to go back to what Eggshells was saying, it would be more like if a glober was questioning the flat earther on what kind of stones the beach was made up of in the Black Swan. Like it's a part of the video. He's on the beach and it's stony, but it's completely irrelevant to the observation that's being made, which is the comparison between the curved horizon and the straight red beams.
So you've bought the excuse the table's bent, therefore the observation is bad. Excellent. Congratulations.
No,
You've fallen
but
me?
I don't think that.
Me? I think
No,
that.
eggshells.
Oh, sorry. Well, I don't think that either.
That's a straw man. I'm just
Yeah, I don't
saying.
think you think that.
If you present that, it's worthwhile. When somebody else goes, oh, okay, so why is the table bent? It doesn't mean because they've asked that question that throws out all your evidence. But it does, at least in my view, listening to it, it does necessitate some sort of response a little bit better than that's not what I'm talking about, because that's exactly what I hear with flat earthers about the bendy cranes. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm like, well, they seem like really good evidence that what I'm seeing here is wibbly and bent, and I should
Yeah, I
mistrust
understand
some
that.
of this
But the
information
crane was
coming
in the
through.
middle. But the crane was in the middle of the picture. This is like on the bottom. It was part of the setup, if you will. The straightness of the table. No one. I mean, he probably didn't care that the table was bent. He probably had no idea that the table would bend. And when he released, he probably should never release this picture. It's the same as making the Shane's model and
Also,
But
in that time of the Black Swan history, they were trying to tell us there was a perfectly crystal clear day, that there was like zero refraction going on.
But
This
how
is-
did you?
this
How
is-
can you tell
this
there's
is
zero
reality?
reflection?
Is what they were trying to tell
No,
us.
that's what they were claiming. But the
Right.
idea here being the bendy cranes is a relevant factor within the evidence being addressed. The table bending is not a relevant factor based on what's
Why
being
not?
addressed.
Why is it not, though?
Because of the fact that we're comparing the straightness of the beams to the curve of the horizon. So the curvature of anything else within the image is not what is being addressed. It if anything, right? It only is showing that the point is correct. That when you compress images, bent things become more apparently bent because it's been squished, right?
So this is
when
getting-
it's
yeah, this
pointed
is getting-
out.
Go, sorry.
If
Sorry, I
the
was gonna say,
table was
so when
relevant,
it's pointed out, it's a point towards the fact that we're seeing curved things become more curved with the compression and straight things remain straight. Because it just means the table was bent a little bit in the original photo that we couldn't really see, but when you squish it, then you can see it bent more, which is the exact
like
same
the
thing
horizon.
happening with the horizon.
Yeah, so that's what I think is the valid response to it is, yeah, that table's bent, right? That the bit of wood, I think it is. I think it's a bit of plywood or MDF or something on the table holding up the red beams. I think the valid response is, yeah, that must be bent because when we compress the image, we show that it's bent and it's bent in the opposite direction of barrel distortion. So what this picture effectively shows is if you compress things and they're ever so subtly bent, that will become more obvious. So the table's bent and the horizon is bent, and the red beam, the red dead straight beams aren't. But then that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with yours. The second part is saying it is absolutely relevant to the observation. It is further evidence that this is a good way of detecting curvature.
I completely understand where you're coming from. But my point, like my original question was, why do the flat earthers always jump to the table when it's just affirming the entire observation that we're trying to prove? Like it doesn't make any sense to me.
I thought I
Well, I
explained
get
it
them on that.
because
If they're going to have people say it's not relevant, because then it starts to look like people are dodging and picking and choosing.
Yeah, I agree
well,
with you
hold
there.
on, guys. It's obvious, right? The argument is the straight lines, when compressed, remain straight, and the curved lines, when compressed, curve, right? So here you have an image that you claim is showing Earth curve, and then you have a table that's straight that's curving.
Yeah, but the table's not straight.
How do you know
Table's
that? Hang
not
on. How do you
straight.
know the
How do you
table's
know the
straight?
table's not straight?
How do you know it's
Have you ever
straight? That
seen a
was your
curving table, bro? Seriously,
Yeah.
that's your argument?
The table was just something to put the red things on. We don't give
Can
a shit
we-
about the table for one. And
Who
it's
here has
just
seen a curving table? Hands up.
Can we get? I've seen many. Like what you're talking about, the kind of straightness you're talking about is insanely straight. Every table, I think, will have some degree of curve in it. But that's aside the point. I'm not claiming the table is curved. I think it probably is. But I want to address the point that you made, which is the table's straight. How did you determine that?
Well, actually, the argument I made was the thing on top of the table. So this is how I determined that, and I'll show you a double standard here, right? If the argument is look at the red beams are straight, right? Then you would have to say that what it's sitting on would have to be straight as well.
No, not necessarily.
Oh, come on, man. Seriously?
Not necessarily, because he.
Ah, jeez, man.
You don't think
can't
that he
talk with
leveled
you
it?
guys, man.
You don't think that he leveled it? You don't think that he put it right in the position you wanted it to be? Do you think he just plopped it on the table?
You think the frame that red thing is on is curved on the bottom?
The red is not curved. Look at it straight.
I didn't say the red. I said the frame that's surrounding the red that's sitting on the table. You think that's curved?
The frame.
Surely you don't think that's
picture
curved.
frame? The picture frame?
The thing that's man, oh man.
What thing?
It's physically a gap between the end of the straight edge and the table at each end. You can see a shadow of the straight edge on the table. The table's definitely not straight.
Ethy, can I
So
at
you're
least
saying the
have you-
table is curved?
Yep.
Yes, the table's
You think
curved.
the table is humped? Like which way? Like a hump?
Oh, stop with your hump and bump and stump and your bullshit.
Like this is
Have a look at the end of
ridiculous.
it.
You guys are talking about curving tables here.
Don't you
Yeah.
think you think tables are
It's
perfect? You
warped.
ever had one of these folding tables? They're not perfectly flat. They tend to
Yeah.
hump in the middle like that. Go get one. You want to see it?
Yeah, you can see an air gap. If you look at the end of the table where the straight edge crosses the table, there's a gap. It's not physically sitting on the table, and that's clearly obvious.
I can't
And
believe
on the
we're sitting here
left-hand end, it's
talking
even worse.
I can't believe we're talking about this fucking table again. For fuck's sake.
I'm sorry, I brought it up.
Hey, don't blame me. You guys brought this as evidence.
No, we didn't. You brought it. You posted it. Who posted the one of the?
I did. I said I was the guy who said sorry.
Oh, SC Montreal posted the fucking table picture.
Yeah.
Well,
So how do you?
okay,
I
yeah,
posted
so
the
well,
counter
there's a
picture.
table in the first one, but yeah. Etsy, can I just have you please concede that a straight line when compressed remains straight, and a curved line when compressed becomes more curved?
That's the claim, but I want you to admit the picture I posted, right? That thing on top of the green table, right? Is that part of the red frame? Is that what is that? What is it? What is that white part there?
Why don't you look at the original
I'm
photograph
not-
and figure it out?
I'm not looking at the screen right now, but I'm talking about outside of this photo. If you take a straight line and compress the sides of the image, do you think that line will start to curve?
Look, that's what the claim is. I've never done it. I can't tell you yes or no, but I'll say I will go with the whatever the claim is.
Okay, so then you
But I
go with
can't
you
give
go
you
you
my personal I can't give you I can't say yes for sure because I've never done it.
Okay, it's
But that's the
do you
claim.
have a Mac or a PC?
PC.
So you have Microsoft Paint installed, right?
Yep.
You can take the lines, right? You can make straight lines and you can make curved lines. So go into Paint, put horizontal lines, some straight, some curved, and then compress that image, right? Take either side and just make it not crop it, but transform it and slim it down and tell me if you get lines that remain straight and become more curved.
Like I said, I'm not doubting that, bro. I'm going by your
okay. So then you accept the
claim
premise
of what you said, right?
Yes.
And
so
I'm
you accept
showing
the
you
premise.
a picture that's showing a straight line curving. Do you understand? That's what I'm telling you.
Right, but what eggshells
this
tried to get you
picture-
to what eggshells got you to admit was that you haven't checked to make sure that that's a straight line, right? It only appears straight zoomed out, but when you compress it, it obviously becomes more curved.
So you're assuming because you're looking at a compressed picture that is curved, right? You're assuming this. You too have not checked.
It's going by the premise.
Have you checked it to see if it's straight?
It's going by the premise that if you take a straight line and compress the image, it remains straight. And if you have a curved line and compress it, it becomes more curved. The premise
Exactly.
is
You're
not
presuming.
in contention.
Exactly.
This is the
You're presuming.
You also presume that premise. You said you did.
Yes, according to what you're saying, according to what you guys were saying, because straight lines are supposed to remain straight, right? And curved lines are supposed to curve. So I'm assuming, like any intelligent human being, that a table is not curved, as far as tables I know, and that thing sitting on the table surely is not curved either. So we're both assuming here, are we not?
You'd be surprised. So many countertops are curved and you can't even tell.
Yeah, so the
well,
funny thing here is
maybe so.
Essie is saying that I'm presuming a lot when he's presuming that the table is perfectly flat, and then when we compress it, it's some kind of distortion that makes it bent.
I
I
mean,
never
if you
said
were
it's
going
perfectly
outdoors,
flat. I said I never seen a curving table. Try to keep up, bro.
Just
Not
because you've
this
never
much.
seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, right?
You know, SC, with the compression that's going on, it could be SC with the compression going on, it could be a very slight warp, very slight. I mean, look at the
maybe
horizon.
the table came out warped. I don't know. When they
How did the
formed it,
table?
it could be a warped table. I don't know.
Could it be made of wood?
I don't think so. It looks
if
plastic, no?
whatever. If you were going outdoors to set up an observation, were you going to bring your best table or whatever you keep in the shed? Think
Look,
about
fair
it.
enough. The table could be curved. I'm not saying no, but like I said, I never seen a curved table.
Well, guess what, Essie? Today's the day. There you go. You've seen one.
Yeah,
I mean, who
there
knows?
it is, the curved
How old
table.
is this table? How many people have sat on it? Come on.
How many Thanksgivings have been had at this table?
And with the compression, it could be a very slight warp. You know that.
Why is there no tablecloth? Interesting.
I'm sure his fat mother-in-law came and sat on that table and worked it. Yeah, you guys are probably right.
How dare you? She's a nice lady.
He didn't say anything about her being nice or not nice. Said she's fat.
A little too nice on the portions, though. Well, now what do we do now that we've disproven flat Earth?
Yeah. Is the surveyor here, Bill? Because we got Buster, who knows this stuff, who does this stuff. Anybody want to talk about straight lines or level or?
Don't talk
How
about
you
straight
think
lines
level
getting
curves?
compressed, though.
I'd love to hear that. Tell me how far you can extend a straight line segment. Anybody? Let's see if I can start a scrap here.
How are you
Nobody?
extending it? What's the physical means by which you're going to extend the straight line segment?
Well, you start off with your your starting position, right?
Yep. Yep.
You make your mark. And then
Right.
what do you do after that?
You have to find another point on your line, or define your line by another point.
So you set up your tripod, you set up your auto level, you level it off, you get your measuring stick, right? You send the other guy
Yeah, you
off.
can do
How
that.
far do you go?
Not very far. Just it depends how precise you want to measure your line, I suppose.
So let's say 50
The
meters,
meters.
right?
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You mark that.
Yep.
Now,
So you've left like a couple of points in the ground, like sticks are in the ground now with marks on them. Is that right?
now can you do the same thing from that point and extend it over?
No, you have to go and line up your first 2 points to get a third one. So you can't just do it compared to the second point. You've got to line up those first 2 points and make a third one that is also in a straight line.
Okay,
So
so
you
when you
can't
do
do
that,
it.
now you have 3 points, right?
Yep.
How are they in relations to each other, those 3 points?
They'll be in a straight line because you'll be able to look through your auto level and see all 3 coincident with each other.
Perfect. And then can you do that over and over and over again? And for how long?
It'll get harder because you'll start to be off the ground.
Well, you're gonna start to go off the ground. Okay, okay. I thought you were gonna make
get higher and higher. You know? Every
I
mile
thought
you're
you were
going to be
gonna
going
make
to
a
have to
circle.
jack up 8 inches, right?
Okay, all right. So I thought you were gonna make a circle like these other guys do.
Yeah,
but
so it's not differential leveling, right? We're
It's
not
not a-
doing differential leveling. We're making a
not a-
straight line.
It's not 8 inches every mile. It's 8 inches every mile squared. So it's a squared function.
Yes, yeah. But we're not doing differential leveling, SE. We're making a straight line. Differential leveling
So
doesn't make a straight line.
Say it again. Sorry.
Differential leveling does not produce points that are in a straight line.
Yeah, we're not talking about differential leveling, right? I was talking about extending the straight line segment.
Yeah. So to extend a straight line segment, you need to keep all of your points that you've created in a straight line. So you need to be able to sight them all through your auto level and put another one in that same line of sight.
So if you keep going, you're saying you will end up in space, right?
Yep. You'll shoot out on that tangent.
Okay. Yep.
That seems to me obviously necessarily true if we see the sun set into the ocean. That means a straight line that touches the ocean continues on to wherever the moon and the sun are.
Yep.
Too bad Buster left. I thought Buster would get in on this. He's really, that's what he does. I tried to lure Buster in.
Yeah.
Because he's way better at this than I am. I'll tell you that. But I mean, this is not rocket science either, right? I mean, it's easy to understand, right? Straight line segment means only one thing.
So how many points do you need to know that you've got a straight line?
2.
You can't do it with 2. You know, you can't continually just add on another point using the one before, right? You've got to use at least 2 before.
Yeah, it's got to be 3, right? 2 to make the line and 3 to test it.
Yeah. It's quite easy to show that leveling on a flat Earth with parallel gravity and on a globe Earth will give you the same result.
Yeah, but final question, that line that we extended into space, would you call that level? That line level?
No. No. It's a straight line, so it can't be level.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm keen to get get myself a decent drone because I'd like to measure one of these straight lines using GPS. Just fly out on a GPS navigated straight line and see where it goes.
GPS navigated straight line is in one that doesn't maintain constant altitude.
Yeah, that's it. One that follows a geometric, XYZ equation of a line out into space, starting off.
Wouldn't the critique end up being
vertical.
that that's just using a globe assumption and therefore diverting from the surface of the water at a predicted globe rate?
Yeah, I just spent about 2 hours in EA talking about it. Yeah, but yes, it's good old GPS is a very compelling argument once you get past all of the flat Earth myths.
I mean, I think that's why the flat Earth ends up having to disregard anything in space, because on the ground it's more tricky, but anything that relies on anything in space somehow gets instantly a lot easier to tell that you're on a spinning ball.
Have you guys heard of Jaren's Home Depot explanation of Earth?
I've heard one about lights in the roof of Home Depot. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I try not to laugh when I say this. He says if you line up a whole bunch of Home Depots, that they would have like the level, like they'll be level, and eventually they would go around the Earth, make a circle.
I think the point being made is that you would need X number of Home Depots in a line to experience a very minuscule amount of curve. I don't know the numbers offhand, but it's to put the in comparison to how long. I think it's like 17 Home Depots or something to get just a couple of feet of curve. And when you think about those comparatively, you can see how it could be looked over. That felt good.
I can't resist.
I hope
I'll
everyone
remove
had a nice deep breath there.
Yeah. I was looking for this meme. I'm gonna remove it, right? Because we're not supposed to post memes, but have a look at that. Home Depot Earth, courtesy of Jaren. Not Jarenism. I know. I'm gonna remove it. Don't worry, Rich. I'm gonna remove it.
Gone in for that senior mod spot, so I got to call you out.
It was a hit and run meme.
Dude, you can post it in the meme pool room.
Yeah, I should, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna post it.
You don't have to delete. Yeah, just post it in the other room.
Yeah.
One of my favorites is just challenging flat Earth with an ability to detect, is this a a detection of non-curvature or an inability to detect curvature. Because if it's an inability to detect curvature, then that's like saying, being a bad rat catcher who hasn't ever caught a rat, guaranteeing me that my barn is devoid of any rats.
Except you're using light, which inherently does bend within the medium in order to assert curve. Does that make sense?
But I think you can do it a bunch of ways, right? So you could look for curve on Earth, but I mean, a simpler one is just look up at the moon and nudge a flat earther and say, what shape does that look like it is? And some manage to say, yes, it looks spherical, but it isn't. And many say
Just
it
because
doesn't
they
look
say it's
spherical to
spherical.
me.
That's why that's why the Eratosthenes measurement, you do it at solar noon when the sun is basically directly overhead or as close as overhead as we'll get to minimize or to eliminate any refraction.
I can't believe you guys are still using sticks and shadows. Like you can't.
Works. 100% still
You're not even
works.
willing to concede that.
1000% works, and doesn't cost you
Yeah,
anything.
but
You
it
don't have to
also
buy.
works. It also works if you just take the light source and bring it closer to the surface that you're measuring.
Only works
Doesn't
only
make
if you
any
have
sense, man.
only if you have two measurements. You have two measurements, you can fool yourself. If you want to
It's not
eliminate,
independent, bro.
if you have three measurements on the same line of longitude, the light source will not save you. They point to different spots.
Mate, I'm willing to say that it's evidence. I don't think it's conclusive evidence, though. It's kind of
100%
interesting that
conclusive.
you guys would bring it up as
1000%.
conclusive.
3 points. You can't even fool yourself into bringing the variance of the light distance.
Well, now I have
Can
to weigh
I
it in.
do that
Conclusive is
with a flat
conclusive for both
surface?
of you.
Nope, not on a flat surface. Not with 3 points. Sorry, they don't all line up and point to the same point.
For both of you, is conclusive, right? You're saying this is conclusive evidence. It isn't conclusive evidence. I think you're mistaking opinion for fact. So the core question for both of you is the word conclusive. Is that subjective or objective?
Objective. There's no way 3 points on the same line of longitude on the curved Earth will point to the same place in the sky that they must point
subjective.
Do you agree? You both think it's objective. Okay, so we agree the root word of conclusive is a race based around conclude.
It's subjective, bro. That's my opinion.
Subjective.
All of
yeah,
these
sorry, I
evidence.
thought you said objective. Yeah.
No, I
Bang
tried
on,
to say it
it's
two or
subjective.
three times, but yeah.
There's nothing subjective about these measurements. Sorry.
Not the measurements. What you conclude from
It's
the
the
measurements.
conclusivity of it, dude. That's what he's asking, I think, specifically
That's
about.
objective too, because there's no. You can't have if you have more than 2 points, you can't vary if you have more than 2 points, the sun must be in multiple places at the same time in order to get the data you're getting. The more points you add, the worse it gets. More than 2. And if you have 3 points, they have to be at 2 points in the sky at the same time. If you have 4, it goes up to like 9, and it's like logarithmic from there. So basically, if you have multiple points on the same line of longitude, you have to have the sun has to be like a bar in the sky. But it has to
Have
only
you ever played with curved surfaces, looking at observations, and sort of trying to align
what's
like
curved?
between light, surface, and refractivity, the nature of the atmosphere and of
There's
itself?
no
Like you actually got no proper source of the origination of the sun. You think it's in its actual position, okay? But even your own globe didn't suggest that. I mean, it wraps
what the
the
fuck
light
you talking
wraps
about
around
now?
the horizon.
No,
As
it doesn't.
Like the sun is setting.
No, because
actually
that's
below
why.
the horizon.
That's why you do the Eratosthenes measurement at solar noon when the sun is above you, so that you minimize to eliminate refraction.
At solar noon.
Yep, solar noon.
And you think? Yeah, it's still. It's like, I mean, it doesn't get away. I mean, I addressed this in my first position there. That's why I said it in the first place. Is the fact that like if you're trying to say that a point source of light, or it's not a point source technically, right, according to that sort of technical terminology, but the source of that light, the position, location of where it appears to be, I mean, dude, as soon as we sort of even remotely invoke some notion of like atmospheric conditions,
Which
I mean,
is
your
why
sticks and shadows only works if
This
it's.
is why
if it's,
we do it at solar noon
trying to
and not at sunrise. This is
you
why we
can't
stay
do
away.
measurements of sticks and shadows at solar noon.
This
Like,
is
are you talking about like actually having the sun directly above your shtick?
At one point, yes. At one point, it will be. That's another reason.
There you go.
one of the times you do it is at equinox or at
I mean, I don't even understand it. Like, I considered you to actually be pretty reasonable, and like when you want to get into a technical discussion, but whatever this is that you're presenting right now, I mean, I can just take a flat surface.
Nope,
I can say that a point source, or like a
work,
light
sorry.
source, rotates
Doesn't
around
work.
a central point on that, and then I
Doesn't
can
work.
move my shtick.
It
Well,
doesn't
you
work.
can-
It
you
will
can go
not.
over the top, yeah.
It will not
Every
work.
time I go to talk, you go to talk over the top.
Yeah,
Cool.
let's
Just
not guys.
Yeah, you're
calm
unbearable
down,
now.
calm down,
You're
calm
just
down.
unbearable, bro.
Jesse, don't. I'm trying to get control of the room. You don't have to talk over me. NASA, let's
I'm
let
sorry,
him
I
at
didn't
least
hear you,
make
bro.
the explanation. And if you have it, Ricksky, the demonstration of this, because he's saying he can't do it. So do you have a demonstration that you can, in fact, do what you were claiming you can do?
What's his demonstration exactly that he's provided?
No, you've said that you can take a flat surface with these 3 sticks and move the light source and get the effect that NASA show was alluding to. So if you can demonstrate that you can do that, then we can move forward, right? If not, I don't know what to say.
You understand that when you take a observation at a line of
question. What's
excuse me,
his
I was
evidence?
in the middle of something, but that's okay.
He asked me a question. I'm responding.
Yeah, you can interrupt
to it.
me, but
You
I can't
jump
interrupt
in.
you. Got it. You get all complain. You get all butthurt when I interrupt you, but you interrupt me, and then that's just okay.
What he presented was the. I'm going to answer the question you asked me, right? What he presented was the Eratosthenes observation, right? That when you have the sun at solar noon on the same longitude, the effect that is given shows the shadows. I don't remember exactly what was claimed about the shadows there. If you want to go ahead and ask the joke, if you can describe what they look like.
When you understand that when you take an Eratosthenes measurement at a single line of longitude, that all the points on that line of longitude are taken at the same precise instant in time. So now the problem is that in order to do this with more than 2 points, the sun has to be in multiple points at the same time. The more points, the more times these lines will cross one another, the more places the sun has to be. So either the sun is in multiple places at the same time, or the Earth is a curve.
Or the sky is curved.
The sky is curved. What does sky curve got to do with anything?
Well done.
What does no? What's the curve? Wait a minute. The curve. What does the curved sky do? The curved sky doesn't do shit.
You can't really just say curved sky, GG. Like, explain how the curved sky would change anything about the.
You think that the Earth is curved, right? And you look up, and then you just make all these calculations from that curve, right? Like, I mean, you're rotating around the sun; it's curved already.
But we've already got our model already has a curved sky, right? So the globe model is generally 2 concentric spheres. So we already map the sky as a sphere. So it's in what way is it curved that isn't just a sphere centered on you?
Exactly.
But that's my question.
What do you mean exactly? He's asking a question. You're saying exactly.
Sure.
It's sphere. Up there is sphere. You just said it. It's not a flat sky, right? On a curved surface. Right. Is that what you're saying? Because you guys basically said it's
not a solid sky.
Is it doesn't fix it by just saying they curve the sky because we already have a curve, we already have a curved sky. The system works, as you could imagine with any parallel surfaces, it works that you just get this one-to-one representation between them, right? Where a coordinate on one surface will be identical to a coordinate on a parallel surface, right? 2 sheets of paper over one another. If you put a dot in the top right corner, it's going to be a dot in the top right corner on the parallel sheet of paper. And same.
So they are parallel. Agreed.
Parallel curved surfaces, parallel spheres.
Recognition is then that if the sky is curved and then you impose that upon a ground coordinates mapping system, then you're automatically curving the ground. Done.
No.
How's the sky's curved?
You could have you do not necessarily. They just wouldn't map 1-to-1. So you could absolutely map a system that's like a snow globe that has a curved ceiling and a flat bottom, but the difference is that you won't get that same 1-to-1 thing because it's no longer parallel. So you'll have some that are really close to the surface and are like boop right next to it, and then there are some that will have to travel a far further distance to match onto the surface there. So you're not going to get if you put dots evenly over a snow globe, right, so that they're all 1 centimeter in a 1 centimeter square grid, and then you project that grid onto the underlying bit of paper, because it's not parallel, you won't get a square grid anymore. You'll get this bunching up towards the edges, right? So it doesn't do to just say, well, one's curved and the other's flat, when the maths works, or the observation works, such that a star at your latitude will pass over your head once a day, whether you can see it or not. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to explain?
Can I get this straight? There's a celestial sphere around the flat disk of the Earth. It goes underneath.
That's the bit that, yeah, go on. Sorry.
It goes underneath. Yeah. Just trying to visualize it.
Yeah, that's one that people really struggle with. I've heard flat earthers even suggest that the celestial sphere is a hemisphere, which bends my brain.
Oh,
The
yeah, no.
hemisphere that you're only ever seeing half of a sphere of at any given time. I'm like, where's the other half of the sphere? And it sort of disappears out of consciousness, it seems.
It's too far.
Just to give you a fair response, man. As I'm kind of doing a bit of background work here, but what was it? Yeah, like if the sky is curved and then you're performing like you're using GP coordinates from that curved surface and then imposing them down onto the ground, it kind of assumes that you're actually then pretending that the ground is curved as well.
Nope, that's not how
So
it
it's
works.
by
Sorry.
imposing a curved sky. If it is, then
No,
yeah, you end up with a curved ground.
I think that's kind of true. If you're mapping them in a system that assumes that they're a sphere and they 1-to-1 map to the ground, you are assuming the ground is also a sphere. Just that works. If you make that assumption, you see stars, for example, our circumpolar stars, our stars that are right next to the South Pole in the south, do a tight little circle. And if you are doing that in a coordinate transform, like for the AE map, for example, these stars that go wiggle, 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 wiggle in this tiny little circle over 12 hours are meant to be doing the giant circumference of Earth, right? Which is, again, this problem of trying to map a spherical star system onto a flat plane. But if you look at it as two spheres, then you go, well, that tiny star doing a wiggle, wiggle, wiggle in a tight little circle is doing a tight little circle on Earth. The GP is also a little wiggle wiggler.
But Eratosthenes is a snapshot in time from a point source, basically the sun, from a single point in the sky. You can't say that the sky is freaking curved in Eratosthenes. That's ridiculous.
Which is why we do it at solar noon, because the sun's coming straight down.
I think that there's something going on with the proportional nature of the eye and the Earth itself, and sort of perceivable I mean, they call it the celestial sphere for a reason, right?
Yeah, it's just a way of saying it. There's no real sphere up there. What do you think? There's a piece of glass up there causing some sort of refraction that makes the ground appear curved?
The celestial sphere is essentially a map.
Yeah, it's just a saying. There's no glass up there. There's no firmament. There's no dome. There's nothing to bend the light.
Sure, because you think you can go to the moon. That's why you think that.
We know we can go to the moon.
You've proved it. In your interpretation, your evidence is that you think that you've gone to the moon. You broke through that glass ceiling, as Hillary Clinton likes to say.
Hillary, glass ceiling is, again, just an analogy. There is no dome. There is no firmament. And anybody who believes so is probably either fundamentalist or dumb or both.
I can't wrap my head around what level of denial of reality to think that the South Pole and the North Pole, the equator, sunrise, sunset eclipses, tides. I mean, I don't get this level of denial of reality.
I don't get why you believe in dark matter either, but we've all got problems with one another's positions and
It's not
opinions.
what he was talking about.
But dark matter, dark energy has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
And let's go right to the cutting edge. Let's go right to the cutting edge of science that we really don't understand, and take away and use this cutting edge of science placeholders for stuff we don't really understand, and let's use it to negate. Guys, in the middle of something, Daymar, can you just shut the fuck up occasionally? And so now Daymar's got to overtalk me. So this will probably take forever. Anyway, so we use cutting edge science we really don't understand to disprove science that has been known for 2,500 years. Yeah, sorry, I don't buy it.
2,500 years.
2,500 years. We've been
That's
on the
real
earth.
science, Demok. Real science.
Okay, I'm
Demok.
gonna turn. I'm turning Demok down. Sorry if I have to talk over him.
What are you talking?
It's
Where are
real
they, where are they
inquisition in
teaching
here.
that?
Notice how
Oh yeah,
none
in
of
a
his boys
bucket,
will
in a
call him out
bucket,
and
in
say
a
not to
lab, right?
overspeak NASA show.
All right, I'm turning Demok down. I can't take
Yeah,
this.
yeah, there's not a lot of handicap. Having the same belief system in here, can't call out your boy.
I mean, good God. I mean, again, the denial of reality is so bizarre. I mean, you're not going to pretend that the South Pole doesn't exist.
This is going to be hilarious, right? So, reality. So, are you ever in your lifetime, Shubil, going to see like this thing that you've been fighting for so long, right? Because I don't really sort of fight for the flat Earth. I just fight for the fact that I'm kind of using it exploratory. I'm unorthodox, unconventional. That's all it is, right? But you're never going to see this God thing that you fight for, this sort of worldview that you have. You're not going to see it, bro, unless you get some Blue Origin and Katy Perry to shoot you up there. I mean,
again,
this claim
the
that we're just
denial of reality,
denying reality, that you've never seen the reality that you're fighting for, that I'm denying, that you've never seen. It's just like the gall, dude.
Oh, are you going to pretend that satellites don't orbit the planet?
I don't know exactly what satellites are.
I don't know what satellites are.
Well, they're the ubiquitous in
I
our
don't need to know
technology
every
today.
argument, right?
Well,
There's
they're
there's a prolific amount of argumentation that goes on here for me to kind of make any claims about knowing it, or every single individual stuff. And then
yeah,
all
but
you
satellite technology
bring
is
up a
ubiquitous.
niche topic. You bring up a niche topic, right, that I then need to defend or something. I don't know about satellites, bro.
Okay, they're ubiquitous in our technology today. You benefit from satellite technology, like it or not, and they've been around.
You're not going to bend me
They've
over
been
and
around
slap
since
me
the
with your
60s.
satellites, bro. It's just not going to happen. Okay?
So you don't know about satellites,
Again,
but
the
you know everything
denial.
about you know everything about Eratosthenes, but you don't know shit about satellites.
English. About it. And because he don't hit dirt.
See, even DMOC does it. Even DMOC knows there's satellites. That's why he's playing the clown right now.
It doesn't even make any sense.
He never does.
You don't. You don't make any sense. Stupid. Yes, you are. You are very stupid. You defend your flatness, asswipe.
All right. We're good. Deep. Yeah. Oh, Demok, I gotta mute you if you do it again. Just pointed it out. Okay. Phew. Glad that's over, huh?
In
Well,
3.5 minutes.
Well,
there's
DMOC
gonna
is a
be-
performance art. DMOC is a performance artist. He just says that stuff to trigger. This we know.
Hey,
He just made my
shut
point.
him up.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
just made my point.
Denial of reality, motherfuckers.
In 2 minutes and 45 seconds, a weather satellite pass
Chill out,
starts.
bro. Chill.
Have I asked you before, Rick?
D-Mock, chill out before you get freaking muted, dude.
He can't. If he could control himself, he would.
That's the
This
sword
is
of
this is a
truth,
good
as they
sign.
say.
This is a good sign. This is a bad sign.
When you figured out the truth, you wield it like D-Mark.
No,
I don't want it
no.
then. I will happily live
Wait,
without
No,
it.
Game
this
Breaker,
is
Game Breaker, if truth exists, get me a bucket of it.
in a lab.
Paint it purple. Can I ask Rick? Because I've started asking this question. Do you, given like we can look up and see spheres orbiting spheres eastwards?
No, the southern, there's no Antarctic Central North Pole or whatever. Okay, is that what you're going
There's
for?
not. There's
No, I
not.
mean we can talk about that though instead, because
Aren't
that to
you
me
not?
is far more obvious.
No,
Are
I don't
you
want to.
saying
I
there's
thought that's where you were going. What was your thing?
no?
Sorry, bro. I might jump in if I knew what you were saying.
Eggshells, aren't you Australian?
Yeah, we're
In
both
1 minute
Australian.
and 45 seconds, a NOAA weather
Kind of want to
satellite
stick on
will
that one though. That
pop up
confuses
over
me.
my horizon. And
Do
I'm
you
screen
see
sharing
the?
now. If you want
Do
to
you
see
see
its signal
the?
come into view.
Do you see the Southern Cross like as a crucifix with a long end, like the down end of a crucifix? Do you agree that that always points in a like at a central point that doesn't move in our sky? It sounds like you would say no.
I've seen it change in positions between summer and winter. I got to take some proper footage of this or something, but something
You've seen it
wacky's going on,
change
man.
in position. Can you explain what you mean
Yeah,
by
I mean,
in what way does it change?
between summer and winter, it
Hmm.
seems to be further down and then further up, and then
Right. It's the analog to that is the plow or the Big Dipper in the northern hemisphere. It does the same thing.
the Big Dipper does it.
Yeah, the Dipper rotates
I mean,
around the North Pole in different seasons. It's in different positions in the sky.
But the question I'm asking is, do you agree? Like the model says, all the way back to Captain Cook, who used it to follow it. The model says that which I agree with, that points at a point in the sky around which all the stars rotate, and you're saying you don't think that's the case. Is that right, or have I misunderstood you?
I wonder whether or not could it be that it's just always pointing towards the outside. Sorry, I'm just like trying to do the visual right now.
I would
Is
say
it always
if you
just
observe
pointing
it.
towards the outside?
Should I pull it up on and share my screen in Kerbal to show you what I'm saying? Like the spacegram? Have I
Sure.
showed you that
if you want.
before? Okay. I'll just
No,
scroll back.
I did think it was rather unusual that you didn't say stellarium at that point, but Kerbal. Okay.
Kerbal, yeah, because it's you can see how it uses spheres where stellarium's stuck to the surface. So I'll just fire it up. But what I'm
Now,
going
is
to
this
show
actually
you
like a
again,
1-to-1? I have like
no,
been looking
it's
around
much
for a
smaller.
simulation that basically I can take positions of stars, go plant a camera on the moon, say, and then one on the Earth, and then look at the same positions of stars and be able to have like multiple camera views, and then press play and have the Earth's so-called rotation all working, and then
Oh, you can do
like
that with Kerbal if you want. It takes a couple of mods. You do Real Solar System, RSS, I think it's called, which is then switches from Kerbal, which is a much smaller planet, so it's easier to escape its gravity, to Earth size, where it's much harder. So your space program gets a lot more difficult, but that gives you the correct geometry and distances and stuff. And then you do some other mod. I might actually have this mod installed, which just is a spherical photo of the sky mapped around the same spherical body of Kerbin.
because this is what I did, like using all that sort of building and design software, man. Like you'd be constantly placing cameras and positions for those cameras, and then moving stuff around, and then those camera positions and views all get automatically updated. I've had files where I've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different plan views and views of and 3D, and it's all loaded into one file, and everything is respecting everything else. Like there is nothing out of whack. At least they didn't come back to me and say when they went to build it, they didn't exactly sort of go, oh, maybe there were a couple of problems here and there, but they solved that problem on the side. It wasn't so large that it needed us to come back and fix any documentation.
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Un momento. Yes.
So what this is Kerbal, and that's a spacecraft. I don't have anybody in it, otherwise I could drive it around. But can you see how there, that would be the North Pole. You can tell because it's going counterclock. But see how there's a point there. I'm trying to find if there's a light next to it. Obviously, this one actually isn't the real solar system.
Is this supposed to be on like, are these stars like one
so
to
see how
one
that,
or?
what I'm saying is, see how that star isn't moving much if I compare it to this star, which is further from that point, or this star over here, which is now really zipping. The further away from a point somewhere around there that I get to, if I look up here near the equator, you can tell it's the celestial equator because they're going in a pretty much straight line over here, right? It's really difficult to detect the curve. Whereas for these stars, if I track that around with my mouse, is going to make a circle like that, right?
I get it.
Right.
I mean,
So
this is
that's
just
north.
sort of spherical geometry and the way it spins around an axial pole. Yeah, I mean that's
Sure.
consistent.
And so then the question is, what should I see? What must I see if I look south? Right? And I should look south. As you can see, I'm just trying to find it, but you can eventually find it where,
You're looking
yeah,
for
somewhere around
crux.
there. Now the stars are going clockwise if I look the opposite direction. Are you saying
Okay.
you don't see that in our skies? You don't think that the South Pole is the Southern Cross is pointing at that fixed point around which everything else is rotating? I'm still struggling to find it. Somewhere here, I think.
It certainly does. I just wonder, right, like whether or not, as we look up into the sky, we're effectively, I mean, if it is flat, you're looking up through a sort of like it's a snow dome at that point. Like what you've got your spherical, like your sphere of observation. So everything projected out from you, and then you're just imagining that outside aspect turning around, and like how would that work within your celestial sphere, like that circular dome which you actually view within?
So you do agree, it sounds like, that it goes around this central point, but you're saying if I'm looking at it through a snow globe or a dome or something, could it give that effect? Is that what you're saying? I don't want to straw man you.
Yeah, it's something like that. I haven't fully got my head around this aspect of it though.
Would you agree? So that does get back to the question I started with. Would you agree that whatever then that dome is doing, and I would also call it an undetectable dome with radar or visually or with touch or with rockets or with sound waves or with, you know, all sorts of methods, we can't detect that dome. Would you agree that what that dome's function is, like whether intentional, whether it's designed that way or not, the function it serves in some ways is to present the stars and the moon and the Jupiter and its moons as if we're a sphere orbiting spheres eastward? Because
I'm actually inclined to think, you know, okay, if I am going, like, you know, if you're happy for me to do speculation Sunday on Monday? It's my Tuesday. It's your Monday. Actually, it's your Tuesday too. So, I mean, I suspect it's something like a projection onto that, and what you're actually looking at is essentially a dance that's occurring at the center, and then it's sort of being projected up, out, and then down onto like what appears to be some sort of screen into this field. And that's as far as I'm willing to go, man. Like, it gets pretty gnarly.
But would you agree that what that
like,
projection is playing us is images that, like, to me, what that says is whoever made that projection was trying to trick us into thinking we were on a globe. That's the only, to me, rational conclusion I could reach from that, is like somebody created a really extraordinarily like high resolution, to the, not just high resolution, but it's like it's not just holographic, because you can see distances and there's parallax and there's also, you can bounce things off some of the nearer bodies. So what it's doing is creating something that looks like reality that would cause us, the primary function of it is to cause us to think we're living on a spinning globe.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, you're saying that we can't bounce things off the upper atmosphere? Like you said, we can't bounce anything? You just rolled past that statement, by the way.
No, I didn't say that at all.
You are,
of course we can
you are
bounce
bouncing
stuff.
certain you're bouncing radar signals off the apparently air.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not saying what we can't bounce stuff off. I'm saying we can, like, if you shoot it up, my understanding is if you pick the right wavelengths and or shoot straight up enough, you can hit the moon and bounce back down, right? Which is how ham radio operators do Earth, moon, Earth bounce. And it's got the timing, if you presume that it continues traveling at the speed of light, it's got the timing of a body that's 250,000 miles away. and it bounces off where the moon is and doesn't bounce back where the moon isn't. So those are really strong bits of evidence that that's a physical body bouncing back the radio that you sent when you sort of off-key sung "Where Is the Love."
You're bouncing radar signals off the moon now, like, and having so radios and ham radio. You think that's bouncing off the moon?
Yeah, I take the ham radio operators at their word when they say they do that. I think
so. When the moon's not present and they're communicating, so that, like, if the moon's over the other side of the Earth and ham radios stop working all of a sudden or something.
No, I'm not saying that's the only way ham radio works. What I mean is if you set yourself up with another person on the other side of the Earth, you can bounce a signal far further than you could normally and know that that signal is the one that you sent because you decided to sing "Where Is the Love" off key. You know that's your one, right? As good as you can get to encryption. And it takes far longer than it would if it was bouncing off the lower atmosphere. It doesn't bounce at the right angle that you know that you can get when you're trying to bounce it off the lower atmosphere. You're not using a frequency that would bounce off the lower atmosphere. You're pointing a beam of something at the sky, like your radio waves at the sky, and they're bouncing off in a spherical pattern too, is my understanding, like bounces off showing the shape that it hit, exactly to the limits of the moon. So if the moon is 6 arc minutes across, it stops and starts at exactly the same spherical shape and size of the moon at the distance the moon looks like it is.
With Doppler
and
shift.
what I have to take from that is this projection that you're talking about is trying to trick us into thinking we live on a globe.
I don't think it's trying to trick you. I think the nature of it is spherical, that what you're looking up. It's just being reflected from somewhere else. But dude, like, these are claims. Like, this is all speculation stuff, bro. I don't know how it all kind of comes together. It's pretty fantastical to think that, like, a ham radio shoots out a radial signal, right? It's shooting it out everywhere. It's not targeted at the moon and then bounced back from the moon
It
directly
absolutely
into.
is. I can speak firsthand about this if you want, but then I'll never shut up. So
this is the ham radio, the way ham radios work.
If you have to specifically set up to do the Earth, Moon, Earth, but once you do, you have to use a highly directional antenna to do it, pointed at the moon.
I mean, that doesn't bother me too much if you're using as long as it's like a parallel beam, and then when it gets back down to Earth, it'll have basically a sort of, what would it be? It'll probably hit maybe, how many square kilometers does it hit when it bounces back into Earth?
Somebody else has to be pointing at the moon too, from within that footprint. There are calculators to give you an estimate of where you should be able to reach 2 ways.
I'm willing to concede that point. At least, like, it sounds like you're now got I don't know what the terminology is, like a parallel sort of beam source that you're sending out, hitting the moon and coming back to Earth. Sure, sounds more reasonable now.
But yeah, the Doppler shift is interesting too, because it's not a, like, if a train's coming at you laying on their horn, it's a smooth rise and fall in frequency. But moon bounce, because of the way it orbits, at least according to mainstream, it's kind of rotating ish while it orbits, so you get a really uneven kind of Doppler warble, almost, is the best way to describe it.
I don't mind that, man. As I said before.
What have you got on your screen? Bull?
It's the weather satellite that's overhead. It's about to set. So, but this signal here, not that line, but the kind of They're really hard to see now. You can kind of see these dashes. That's like the
Yeah, I saw
center of
them
the carrier
before.
frequency. That's not exactly carrier frequency.
So what's that doing? So that's going overhead. Where's receiving that signal, and where are you getting it from?
It's going overhead, transmitting in real time, exactly like a scanner, like a line scan. It scans a 4 kilometer, I think it's 4 kilometers, 4 kilometer wide strip of the ground right below it, and sends it in real time. That's over here is the decoded. You can see some of the clouds and weather, and this might clean up once the pass is actually ended.
But what I'm saying is, it's transmitting it. Are you reading it directly?
Visible.
Are you reading it directly from the satellite?
Yeah. Yeah, well, the satellite is...
is no longer visible.
And the program just deleted that whole capture, so that's lovely.
Fuck you.
That's okay.
But, so you've got a dish on your roof? How do you do that?
It's not even a dish. I posted a picture of my antenna in chat.
Okay. This is interesting.
Up at 11:50 or 52 after the hour.
Oh wow, that's janky. I thought it was a clothesline.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hang my swimsuits on it when they need to dry out in the sun. It's just aluminum tubing, and it's a specific pattern, radiation pattern antenna. It's kind of omnidirectional, but up.
That's very cool. So do you ever see encrypted radio traffic then?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we could let me figure out what satellite's going over that I can't actually decode. But then even if it's not encrypted, there's lots that send out kind of telemetry data in Morse code, just because that's like we lost contact with the computer system, but we can still decode its Morse code telemetry to see if it's doing okay up there. What's a good satellite? The ISS has a telemetry on it too.
And what is telemetry? Just giving you its current speed, bearing, altitude kind of deal?
Yeah, and it could be some codes that mean all systems are good, or it's voltage, or battery state, or anything that whoever owns the satellite wants to just get a constant stream of. It's not an ISS pass until after sunrise, so that's not going to be helpful. And then as far as I'll upload a successful image from yesterday.
And the next question I was thinking is, like, are there any satellites that do anything, maybe if it's just reading radio signals, that you can get it to see your house, like you're sending out a pulse?
I want to flash these NOAA website or satellites with a laser just to see if I could turn the pixel I'm in brighter than the pixels around it.
Yeah.
That is a goal of mine.
To the ISS a few years back, like in a really rudimentary way. They just got the guy to take a photo, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, seeing it on on its live stream would be ideal. But I just posted an image where you can see the Gulf of Mexico down the very bottom left, and then it's the west coast of Florida, and then clouds over to the east of that, and then the Atlantic Ocean fills the entire right half of that image.
Hang on, let me scroll. Oh, awesome. So you've got that off something going overhead. Oh, that's an even stronger case. Fantastic.
And then it gets really interesting.
Live stream proof.
This is not my capture, but so here's Europe. Somebody else did a couple days ago. And when you try to stretch that picture and the country borders and like the coastlines onto a Mercator map, you got to do this to it for some reason.
Oh, that is fun.
So that's just like an example, just a 2D map of Mercator projection to show what area of it was covered by that one pass.
And if you put it on a sphere, I'm guessing it's a parallel strip?
Yeah, okay. Yep. And then here's some people get real fancy and they have automated kind of mosaics to combine multiple passes. Here's one. When you match up multiple passes over the same region, you have to do that. And look at all those non-straight edges of the image anymore. And how you have to you could build you could print out enough of these and sticker a ball and have your 3D map. So when they say, oh, Mercator's just a projection of a globe, but it's just, there's not a real globe. It's just, backfilled from post hoc rationalization bullshit. That doesn't really hold up when the live line scan for, like, what is that? I think it's 200 pixels per degree as it goes over. So 200 pixels covers 69 miles, nautical miles, roughly.
That's
maybe
very
it's 20.
powerful. I had no idea until now that they were sending back those images in a way that you can just get their data free, basically.
Yeah, I mean, ships at sea use them, right? Like, you're in the middle of the Pacific, and you need weather reports, or which direction is less typhoony. You just wait for a NOAA weather satellite pass, and you can see it in real time.
And does it?
You get
You
1,000
can only get
miles
it in
head
real.
start.
Yeah, can you only get it in real time, or does it give you also like buffered stuff from back before you saw it? No, I guess it
No,
would
the stuff that's available to us citizens is just the real time as it flies over. There are some that only send decrypted image data between certain latitudes. So like, and I think that's just because they let residents of North America get access to that data, but then it's encrypted for the rest of it, and those other people have to pay. Like, if you want global data, you got to pay for that, kind of a paywall thing. And that's obviously not a government NOAA satellite that does that, but. Nice try. Nice try, great Gatebreaker.
With Gatebreaker, what I missed, I didn't understand.
He warped the Mercator back into an AE map, and thinks that proves something, or he's being hilarious.
Did he do that quickly?
How
quickly did he turn that into a AE map? That's pretty good.
I mean, he's probably did it in Blender, a Blender scene that he's got for himself. He just kind of, yeah. Well, there's a whole subreddit of just an amateur satellite that European and that mosaic image came from. People sharing there, much clearer than my pass was. If you go to any weather app that has satellite cloud cover, it will be like the last pass buffered kind of images of that, or it'll be ghost. But I bet I can tune in the buzzer. Yeah.
I want to know what the flat earthers think of that, because that seems to me really, really good evidence. There's some. Oh no, there's none here, and Ricksky is busy.
It almost always gets ignored as if I'm talking to an empty room. I wonder why. Or that can just be like simulated fake. But the way that the data, that signal fades in when it crests the horizon is super strong overhead and fades out, along with the Doppler shift that happens from horizon to horizon. It's on the data is coming from something traveling 10 plus thousand miles per hour in medium Earth orbit.
So it's going to be more than 10,000 miles an hour. That's going to be at like, oh, I see, because you track it back to ground position, and the ground position gets slower and slower.
Well, it depends on the altitude. GPS satellites only go 8,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, the farther
Really?
away you are, the orbital velocity is lower, kind of as a constant, like it has to be.
Well, hang on. The orbital velocity I thought was higher, but the GP is slower. Am I getting that wrong? Like it's got to travel faster for a higher orbit.
Well, these aren't geostationary, right? So
Right.
So they have an orbital period of, maybe it's 2 hours, maybe it's 45 minutes, depending on the satellite's altitude. So like GPS, the orbital period's 12 hours and it's only 8,000 miles an hour. And the geostationary has an orbital period of 24 hours.
Yeah.
844
Orbital
to
period,
864
fine.
kilometers.
What is orbital velocity, though? I thought orbital velocity was just linear speed compared to a sort of fixed point around which it's orbiting, which I think gets faster.
Well, you look at the circumference of the orbit, and it's in miles, and then the hours it takes to cover it.
Hours, is that what velocity is? So it's orbits per hour. Okay, then I can.
Well, okay. So the GPS satellites are out there to some 12,000 miles. So that's 16,000 miles from the center of the Earth. You can work out the circumference, and then and it's a 12-hour orbit. You can work out the miles per hour along the circumference.
That satellite that just passed over my location is now heading south over the coast of eastern Russia. So if there's somebody there, they could pick it up and match
And that would
together
be the other
pieces.
thing. Yeah, you match together, not just match together the pieces, but it wouldn't surprise me if, like, due to damage to antennas or lenses or something like that, you're going to find a fingerprint for that thing. Like it'll have its own little. You go, this is a photo of a totally different part of the Earth, thousands and thousands of miles away.
Oh yeah.
But
it would be somebody in southern Australia could. I think they could see the coast of Antarctica on a pass.
Yeah, see, that'd be good.
So you're saying you're saying that you could prove that it's the same camera taking all these pictures.
Here's southern Australia. They added the color after the fact just to make it,
Zhuzhy.
Yeah.
But it does remind me what you're saying about it. Just the room goes quiet. I've seen that as well when I was taking on the guys in 24/7 about gyro compasses, and I was like, oh look, this is my understanding. I haven't I've never used or built or opened a device. I learned most of this from IB Hunter, and they're like, well, bring him in here. We want to debate with him. So then I messaged IB Hunter and was like, can you please come in here? And he's like, yep. And he's got a really gentle, friendly tone, and suddenly the room just goes like stony silent, and suddenly we want to discuss anything but gyro compasses.
Yeah, nothing like working technology to make flat earthers kind of, I don't know, spaz out.
Some of the really compelling ones are where you see like it passes over you and you're just starting to go into dusk, because you can get the curve of the Terminator. Like, is it the Terminator line on Earth?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the day-night, in the twilight zone.
Yes. But from my position, I've seen from just like the north part of the Yucatan Peninsula all the way up to northern Canada in a single pass on a good day.
But what satellite is this you're downloading?
NOAA 18 and NOAA 19, and they're kind of fairly close to each other. The kind of trail you get, like, if you have multiple receivers, you can get both and get double the coverage. But and that antenna is out of $5 worth of aluminum tubing and some coax, and it's a $35 SDR, and the filters.
And that's
are
the only
$19
physical
each.
thing, right? The rest is software?
The software decodes and it's an analog transmission. It's not even digital. So the software decodes it, but and I have done do that. It's data from space. So
Yeah, you could check that a bunch of ways, huh? Like get it air gapped, do it way out in the middle of nowhere. This is good evidence. I didn't know this. I didn't know that it just sent the images. I just assumed it sort of piped it through a series of relays or whatever the fuck, I don't understand stuff, back to Earth to then have NASA process and sort of allow us to see their finished product images.
That's often an accusation levied against the ghost images. Because if you go to the website, they are like 30, 45 minutes behind. But if you grab them yourself, they are real time. And you get that data on your laptop 45 minutes before you can go download the same image.
And what's the ghost images?
Those are the GOES, the Lagrange point satellites. Or is that one geostationary? I'd have to look it up. Or the Himawari, but that's on the other side of the planet. There's a whole planet between me and Himawari, so I can't look at that one. Weird how that works. It's so far away. I should be able to get data from it.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So you'll know this. I've been trying to use Himawari. When it does its loop, where it videos in really high res a certain portion of Earth, when you go to the website, is it taking that really high res video of everywhere, but it only lets you look at one a day? Or
No, I think it's I think it's fixed over Japan or the that hemisphere specifically to service them.
But the full disc
Sure,
is
no, I get that
11,000
it's
by
always of our
11,000
side.
pixels.
Say again?
The full disc image, the full high res disc image from Himawari is 11,000 by 11,000 pixels, and I think it's 2 kilometers per pixel resolution on the ground.
And it's what I mean is, like, when you go to the website, it gives you this image that, yeah, it's certainly not that much resolution, but maybe it is. Maybe that's what you're answering it. Is like there's a little patch that says show me highlight, and once per day, it appears to be a different spot each time. There's what they call a loop, and it's a little blue box, and you can click on it, and then that shows you this video, this GIF that then plays of that particular patch of Earth with the clouds going over or the landmass or whatever. And I was trying to figure out if they were recording everything, but if you're saying the whole thing is 11,000 pixels, then probably they're getting everywhere and only.
I'm sure in serious scientific research institution can subscribe to the full data feed for a moderate fee. Or you can download the unencrypted yourself if you're within eyesight of it.
But in the GIF I just put up there, that's Himawari, and you can see the Earth it's saying in a fixed location over Earth, so it's geostationary.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have like the whole Earth, but it only shows some people some of it. It never sees the other side of the Earth because that's not its job.
Got to look out for those typhoons. They don't care about hurricanes.
Yeah, that's what I've always said about satellite photos. It's like, yeah, they're all fake until it's a typhoon coming your way.
Yeah.
It is one I was enjoying trying to get answers for, because I always go, you're going to have to make up something so much more complex than a single camera in the sky. And invariably, like, I challenged Jin on it the other day, and we ended up with, there's a series of planes for some of it. So there's just loads and loads of planes flying over, taking 10-minute photos of every 2-kilometer pixel on Earth. Then
Planes
some
that are
of it's
flying
balloons.
without transponders and no ADS-B packet information. So
Right. And also, like, have to be giving you a virtually live image traveling far faster than a plane can. So these are some really impressive planes. But then it gets worse. Balloons, I'm like, okay, balloons are now traveling at 20-something thousand kilometers an hour.
That's exactly it. And that's exactly it. When you're dealing with somebody like Jin and so many other flirts, they just are in such denial of reality. They're surrounded by working technology and they hate it.
Yeah, I don't think they hate the technology. I feel the feeling, like when I was an 9/11 truther, that if you feel insignificant and then you feel like you've seen through this massive lie, you get to walk around being like, he might think I'm insignificant, but I'm the one who's cracked this massive delusion that you're all laboring under. So I'm the real smart one. So it's I
Oh,
don't think they
see
hate technology,
the
they just
most
hate the
recent Doctor Who
expertise.
episode.
What happened?
That's how I just
The,
finish
they're-
my
the,
point.
the baddie is a conspiracy theorist on Earth, and almost blows everything the fuck up. It was very, very aware. It was an excellent episode.
Which one? Episode of what?
Doctor Who, the latest Doctor Who episode from yesterday, the day before.
Oh, what is it? I missed what it was about.
The shit almost goes to hell because of a conspiracy theorist. He's like breaking into Unit and saying this is all fake, and you're guys, there's no aliens you're protecting us from. You're just stealing money. Monsters aren't real, and shit like that.
That's good fun.
And these NOAA satellites. Here's one. Somebody got brush fire smoke on it. So I don't know how you simulate that or capture that. Because how many miles? How many hundred of miles is that out into the ocean where the smoke trail? Like
exactly.
It's just inconceivable. Oh, and it
Yeah,
showed up
this
on the
like
temperature. Holy shit! There's also a channel that has surface temperature, and that
that's
little
good as
that
well.
pixel was hot.
That's really good. Yes, and the way I put it is I'm like, just on the off chance that I'm sailing a yacht in that part of the islands, or I'm a farmer who's just wants to check the satellite images in that day, you have to have everything pixel perfect every 10 minutes. Not because anybody's checking every 10 minutes, but because anybody could check any 10 minutes. The farmer could be like, but I've got, hundreds of kilometers of, maybe not hundreds, but close to it for some massive farms of crops that I just harvested yesterday. But it's still showing they look green from the air when I know the earth is, yellowy brown from after I tilled it.
Who's the guy in Norway that's here a lot?
That's interesting. That's a hot pixel.
Yeah, that's an IR channel. Near infrared.
Yeah, and then you look at like the Tonga eruption. I mean, that photo was available online within minutes.
The nerds living in Norway's fjords use these satellites that they receive themselves to see if the lake they want to fish in is thawed out yet. Which is an amazing real-time use case. Like, who's simulating a frozen lake condition? And has anybody in Norway ever gone to a lake that on the image looked thawed out but wasn't? And that's how I got to wrap up with any flat Earth bullshit. Like, just find one incongruity, just one, of something that has to be faked.
Just one
And I
day
will listen,
when
and I will
there's
look at it.
bushfire smoke in your area and it's not on the map, or it shows
Right.
it is, but you can show it stops any pixel you get wrong, and you've immediately disproven the whole program, or have a starting point through which you can find further errors and bring the whole thing in disrepute. But they all end up agreeing, rather than going, "Oh, let's look for those errors." They all end up agreeing that it's going to be pixel perfect.
They could all have the exact same setup I have for $45, $50 if they get really fancy with some of it. And imagine the fame of that flat earther who finally finds the glitch in the matrix from the simulated weather satellite data.
And they say over and over, there's so many anomalies in the globe. And I like, name one.
The water does bend.
And then they say, oh, and you can't use optics to measure the curvature of Earth, like with a theodolite. And then they'll show a P900 photo as if that's not optics. You think they got all kinds of problems with the 360 cams at Union Glacier. Take a 360 cam and go out and just like record something in your neighborhood. Look at what the shadows are doing.
But I spent all my money on a P900.
Oh, look how the shape of the sun is like squashed. I go, yeah, okay. It's got a plastic cover over it that's kind of glazed. Yeah, the glare of the sun. It's so overexposed. Yeah, so what? It's there. It's still the sun.
I was gonna look up the buzzer frequency. That's right.
Somebody get some flat earthers. I want to understand what a response to this is, because I haven't even heard people saying that you can read the data yourself as a satellite passes over.
They've been talking about that for years. You know, it's been out there, but yeah, it always seems to catch them like, really? Oh, it's like, yeah, because they got their head in the sand. They got their own little echo chambers. Anytime you do show them a photo from a satellite, the first thing they do is, you know, they got a screen print, you know, and then they play with the curves and go, that's fake as fuck. I go, get out of here.
Yeah, I do love the old, you can't tell that's fake, man? I thought you could tell that's fake.
Oh, they not only is it CGI, it's bad CGI. Because they can spot so many flaws in it, you know, that makes them, you know, some superior, you know, forensic, you know, image analyst.
Very recently, somebody was all butthurt about the clouds not moving, and it took, 15 seconds to screenshot the YouTube like time lapse, and this was also from Goes. So it was a typhoon. No, it was here. It was Amori.
Well, look at the Himawari that I put up there. You can see the clouds moving.
Yeah. But
they say they're not moving.
If you can show them that one moves, they'll be like, well, it should move further. That's like a whole day.
How far?
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, it will go immediately away from this topic. Particularly that one they always used to ask, where's the specular highlight? And I was like,
it's right there.
It's right there.
It's right there.
It's the
running
Equinoctial
across.
Ocean. Bizarre.
Again, it's the denial of reality of the technology they're surrounded by.
Would have been so much easier to be a flat earther in Rowbotham's day. Like, he was still a crackpot and not many people seemed to follow him. But wow, it would have been easier when...
I just want to see how this argument goes with you guys. In response specifically to, what is it, this the technology is all around you, and it's useful. There's a lot of technology inside of the economy and the banking system, which is also very useful. It doesn't mean that it's not exploiting you. I'm just kind of curious as to how you guys sort of, the technology is useful, yes. Is it exploitative? Also, yes. So, like, what is it? Like, Globe supports technology, and the sort of the so-called claims of where it actually comes from. The banking sector seems to do something like this as well. It justifies its reason, purpose. It serves a function within society, but we all know that we're getting raked across the coals as far as interest rates and the Reserve Bank are concerned, right?
I feel like that's addressing the how something could be used, but I think that that concedes the point that it's probably true, right? Lies are very, like, you can use lies to coerce other people, but generally you use lies to deceive other people into making their own choices. Where you're talking about coercion, I think the easy way to coerce people is if it's true. If these satellites and things do work, then that's how they use them to make you subservient, because you can be dependent on them because it's a technology that works. That argument would, if I were to take that argument at face value, it would be an argument for why we're on a globe, because powerful people would want to manipulate you, and they would do that by making themselves useful.
Right about now, do you know how? Right about now, do you know how hurt we'd be if GPS and Galileo and GLONASS and Baidu just like disappeared overnight?
I understand the nature of the question even, so tell me. No?
Well, aviation would be in a halt.
Why? Just like, I mean, let's say that you find out that all the like it's relatively factual. What is it? It's relatively accurate, right? So you can use it to service a function here down on Earth. But the reason why that information's come about is a complete lie. Like, it's useful technology, but the source of the technology is actually something else. And you, like, what is it? You got hurt feelings about that or something? It's still functional technology.
No, it's up there. It's up in space.
Where's the source? If these things aren't coming from space, like we've heard, I don't know how much you heard of it, but I think Bull Knight gave a pretty good, like, acquittal of why he's fairly confident he's receiving signals from space above him. Anything that isn't that is going to necessarily end up being far more complex than that, right? The idea that I can get a camera, whack a transmitter on it, and send it overhead once a day in order to make it look like I've done that seems infinitely easier than any other solution. Like
This is like, I mean,
fakery and
if I look back
secret
to the
programs and
propagandistic,
planes.
sorry, I think I got to turn you up a bit.
No, you're good.
I've got satellites. I've got satellite orbitals orbited for flat Earth for 2 different models. If you want to see it, GPS, Starlink, weather, geostationary, all of them running at the same time over the AE map and the dual pole. You could see the orbitals, and you could see the
Sorry, go ahead.
And you could see the orbitals versus the sphere, and you could see with your own eyes how this sphere is superior to any planar setup.
And yeah, I mean, not only like on the plane, they gotta apparently accelerate and decelerate depending on their current, like their latitude they're crossing.
Oh, it's
which
worse
you
than
would
that.
detect in Doppler shift. Like
it's worse than that. You got to have it circling over a plane.
Right.
How do you do that?
Extreme changes.
Well, that would have to be that'd
Well,
be
it's
the
unlocking,
technological.
obviously.
That'd be the technological leap I'd have to sort of I'd have to guess at. But yeah, that's not unreasonable. That is a problem, right? But I know that the military have these forms of like unreleased technology. I mean, it's inherent in the nature of military to require to have like a strategical technological advantage. And if that means, right, that they're going to, like, in order for them to maintain that strategical advantage, they need like to sort of occult the information, or like, you know, they'll only let you know so much about how it works, or even sometimes it's a whole bunch of misdirection, which is like, I mean, you just refer back to World War I when they were using blow up tanks and trying to trick the Nazis to think that there's a platoon over there, and so they'll strike somewhere else. So I mean, that's just like a real boring basic version, but they were pinging one another, like GPS spoofing and all this other crazy nonsense at the time too.
So that's a perfect example. So if you say this data is coming from somewhere else, right? These tank tracks are coming from somewhere else. There is a deception here. What that necessitates is something more complex than just driving tanks from A to B. And it ends up with evidence of the fakery, right? Which is we've now got fake tanks and photographs of fake tanks and people who built the fake tanks and people who have testimony of the fake tanks. So to go back to the question I'm asking, where does this information come from? Where's what Bull Knight is reading? I don't know if you can see in the chat, but if you scroll up, he's receiving live signal from something above him that is showing a picture
essentially,
of Earth. So where is that coming from? Where's the blow up tank? Where's the thing that's causing the fakery?
I would if I was to gesture such a notion, right, it would be something to do with they've found a way to what is it? It's super cold up there. I suggest that there is a surface, and this is sort of, what do they call that?
Quantum lock.
Is a sort of, was it quantum locking? Yeah. And they could have devices and techniques and tools by which to sort of lock that into position, and then with so little atmosphere at this spot, it basically can just keep going and going. There is no air resistance sort of hitting it. It's at the top echelon. Now, to design a piece of technology that could actually operate long term in that environment, that's pretty crazy. But I guess it's not really that much crazier than this sort of vacuum of space. Sort of, what is it? The ISS has gone about 30 years over its sort of maintenance protocol or expected lifetime. Like the seals that they'd have to change, all these other crazy things, man. So I don't know.
It's kind
it's just a problem.
Let's get to the point about where is it coming from, because we need to go. It's probably something very high up, going very fast, or it's something that is giving a really good impression that it's doing that, such that it's able to give you a live image of what it would look like if it were going very fast, very high. So what can go very fast, very high that doesn't end up being either identical to a satellite or far more complex than one?
With accurate current information.
Yeah, pixel perfect down to the bushfire.
Yeah.
Fog
Or even
effects.
predicting when it's going to go overhead and where exactly in the sky it's going to be. It has to be flawlessly mimicking orbiting a globe.
How does it do that?
Despite whatever gyrations it has to do, because it's actually over a flat surface.
Because, essentially, because I mean, if you do take a flat Earth, you can kind of morph that surface over the top of the sphere. And if you want to talk about predicting times and all the rest of it, I mean, it's all relative to that sort of projection that you're casting upon it. You're just wrapping that surface around. And those
photos.
Pardon?
What's taking the live video feed?
I'd say probably some form of camera.
Wrapping that surface around what?
Man, I'm tired of sugarcoating this shit, man.
It's wrapping it around the geoid, bro. So yeah, you can do that transformation pretty easily. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just if you wanted me to spitball such an idea as to what this alternative form of technology is, that's where I'm going to be headed. Seems to me the most reasonable.
From a camera is a non-answer, right? We both, it obviously video is taken from a camera, but that's not the challenge. The challenge is the camera, 10,000 kilometers overhead or 35,000 kilometers away in geostationary orbit, or is it something far lower than that? What's the camera fixed to? How is it giving such a good impression of something traveling very, very fast, very, very high?
Yeah, orbits
You're
are
talking
simpler.
specifically about the Himawari?
Orbits are way
Himawari's
simpler.
a great example, yeah. But like any of them, I was also referring, because Bull Knight was just closed his screen, but he was receiving data from I think it was a weather satellite initially, and then was showing us other images he's got that are transmitted directly to his antenna in his backyard, which is an image of him in his backyard, effectively, right? An image of his stretch of...
The weather satellites are not his problem. His problem is he's bounded to this particular setup of the world, which is planar, and there's geometric consequences with that. Rick, how much more sugarcoating do you want on this? How many more nights? Like, how much more?
Chill, man.
Have you, Rick, have you moved on from the AE model? Are you on the dual pole model yet, or are you still just beating around the bush? No, I'm doing this out of love. I'm doing this out of love, bro. I swear to God.
I'll give you my spiel again. I'll give my spiel again, dude. I don't
want your spiel. I'm trying to break you out of the corner you're in. I know how it
Wait.
feels to think the world is level and stationary. You have no answers.
But you won't hear the answer, so goodbye.
So maybe we can talk. Where do you think that camera is? Like, because some people say planes, but I think you might agree that because you know graphics and graphic design and stuff and what that would do to focal lengths and whatnot, and that would require, if one camera is taking a photo that is thousands of kilometers across, such that it's a pixel, it's 11,000 pixels and 2 kilometers per pixel. So it's an insane breadth. So I think you would agree with me, Rick. That would be unfeasible because you need all these planes flying in a perfect line going.
You just you'd have a camera array, bro.
Where?
That are set out at certain distances. I'm not sure exactly how they do this, but they'd have to string them together so they don't drift apart too much. And so they can have sort of like potentially multiple cameras up at this spot. I don't know.
You mean like a constellation of satellites?
The concaver over here is trying to tell me that he's like they're shooting these satellites up into the center of the Earth or something. So who knows, bro?
Fine, but so where would this array? Where would this we've now got this much larger, more complex thing than a single camera is an array of cameras, right? All fixed together. Where is that? Is that very high? Because the bigger it is, the more wind resistance it's going to have. So the slower it's got to travel.
And the higher
there's not much wind up there, bro.
The higher it is, the more you're describing satellites.
Exactly,
bro. Balloons can't go higher than 180,000 feet. I don't understand.
And they can't travel fast enough, and they're blown around by winds.
These things are beyond ISS. These things are beyond 250 miles.
And Rick's not saying that, though. Rick's not saying they're in balloons. He's just saying an array of cameras quite high up. But at what height and what's...
How else? What are they going to be?
Ground, right?
And by what means are they up there?
Yeah. So
yeah, well, I mean, these are all the other problems that are required at that point.
Right, so it ends up becoming more complex than just having one camera doing what they say it's doing, because now you've got multiple cameras at an unknown altitude, and the lower the altitude is, the more power they require, right? Because now if they're pushing through any atmosphere, that's going to be a force backwards, so they're going to need constant force forwards unless they get beyond that atmosphere, at which stage you've just got a satellite.
I don't think that they're pushing through much atmosphere at all if it is the case.
Let's waste some time. They have a tethering system.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
I'm not talking to you either. Riding on eggshells. Okay, I mean, they have a tethering system attached to the firmament where they have these satellites attached to it. How else are they? How else? What else is it going to be?
Yeah, like I've heard balloons. I've heard people say they just use data from ground weather stations and then sort of make up what the clouds will look like, and it's not clear how they get Hunga-Tonga explosions and bushfires. Correct?
Hey, I can make shit up too. The government's got secret tech. Yeah, there's a tether system attached to the firmament. There's a group of satellites actually called ATS, Attached to Sky Satellite Systems. Hey, it might be one of those. It's in the name, Truth in Plain Sight.
Do you agree what we see as the challenge, Rick, that it ends up being more complex than just having one camera going fast in a circle? That ends up being a simpler answer?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. One sec.
I think it kind of necessarily must be, because we're already, to try and solve it, got I don't knows for the altitudes and speeds. And the only thing we've got to solve is the contiguous photo, which is solved with more cameras. And I will contest that happens every time you try and solve one problem, you actually make a bigger one.
ATS satellites are not attached to Sky. That is not that acronym.
That is pretty.
It's application technology satellites. Unless you've got some secret NASA docs I don't.
So I initially got sort of involved in just piped up before because I was just thinking about a response primarily to this sort of claim that the technology works. Therefore, it is what it is and it works how we're told it works. But we're kind of fully aware of this in historical precedent with other sort of industries, like the banking sector, as I said. Was it Alan Greenspan or something said at one point? Is like, we didn't know it was going to cause inflation. Their their fiat-based currency that they bought in. They were like, oh, we made a mistake or something. 20 years later, they recognize it, and yet we're still on that mistake apparently. So yeah,
financial baking
mistaking an ought
systems
from
technology in the same way that satellites and weather and GPS are technology.
Yeah, and it's mistaking an ought from an is.
I think it's a
right?
form of technology.
If you're saying the banking system is oppressive, that's fine, but that doesn't speak to the truth of banking or the truth of what do you call it? Inflation, right? What that's talking about is just what you think about the morality of what he said. But this is saying there is a very good reason to think there is a satellite going overhead because I'm getting a feed from directly overhead that's pointing down an image of me as if it were overhead, which is very different from banking and whether you ought listen to Alan Greenspan. This is just factually the most likely answer. They're not related. It's a what do you call it? Where you're mixing two fields. Right, one is a field of morality, which isn't interested in what is, just what ought be, and then the field of reality, which is what is, with no regard for what ought be.
Category error.
Is this a live feed you're getting now, Bull Knight?
I was seeing if I could get the Universal Time broadcast from Hawaii, but I only got the Colorado one.
And that's from a satellite as well?
Yeah, that's ground based, but if you have a clock on the wall that automatically sets itself to Universal Time, it's listening to one of these transmissions on what are they on? There's one at 2.5 megahertz, 5 megahertz, 10 megahertz, 15 megahertz, 28 megahertz, 25 megahertz. Official government conspiracy time.
I'm off, boys. Thanks for the chit chat. Hope to see you all soon. Bye.
Right.
Well, and most of those clocks actually read WWVB, which is on a much lower frequency. But yeah, the WWV is shortwave, as you just commented. But the clocks that are auto syncing, that's a binary broadcast called WWVB. So you don't have the clunks and a guy announcing the time.
The clunks are data, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are clocks that do orient to that, but when you get one off, Amazon, most likely WWVB, like your the radio synced watches, that's WWVB.
That a broader network of.
It's a lower frequency digital signal. Like I said, you don't have the voice announcing, what time it is. It's all encoded. So yeah, the WWV shortwave, and then they've modernized, and they have the lower frequency binary, and that's what is more commonly utilized to synchronize.
Yeah. NIST runs the WWV and the VB.
I have a clock which has a GPS receiver, and it reads GPS time, which is
way easier to do that these days.
Well, yeah, because the WWVB and WWV, I mean, they're North American centric, whereas the GPS clock, it'll sync up anywhere in the world.
WWVB 60 kilohertz,
which appears to be quite specifically in phase with our grid.
Yeah.
And I think was its primary function, is to get all the power plants in sync.
You get that phase out of whack and things start blowing up.
Even a little bit.
Yeah. We almost didn't have Texas anymore. Yeah, the lowest frequency amateur bands are 2200 meter band, and you just have to announce. You have to formally inform your utility, your power company, that you're going to start transmitting on those frequencies, because they do still use the grid as a network on frequencies close to those, and they have 30 days to be grumpy about it, or you're free and clear to do whatever you want. Is Astro Rex intentionally live streaming some drywall on the ceiling? I hate when that happens.
Where'd everyone go?
What's happened? Where is everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Earth is life. What's happened? Manufacturum, can you hear me?
Yes, it's just you and me.
Oh, it's very quiet, isn't it? Yeah, what happened? What time is it there for you?
11:30
Would that be in the morning? Yeah?
in the morning, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, right. Yeah, I just thought I'd pop in and I thought it would be raving and hammer and tongs. But no, it's quiet. Wonder where everybody's gone. It's the first time I've seen it quiet in a few days, yeah? Would I be right?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, sorry, I said it's the first time that I've seen it quiet like this for a few days.
It can be quite like this in the mornings. Or what's
Ah.
morning for me at least.
Okay, all right. It's the first time I've seen it like this, actually. When I've come in the past few days, it's just been packed and they're all at it. Okay, well, I'm going to disappear now just for a few more minutes. I'm about to do the laundry. That's the main reason. So I'll be back later. I'll be going to be scrubbing the socks and that of the family and that, and you know, the usual stuff. Just thought I'd pop in to see what they were discussing, but nothing to listen to at the moment. So I'll be back. And you know, when I come back, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because you know it's going to be exciting. You know, heads are going to roll. Flat earthers, move out.